Hello everyone, welcome in, welcome in. We are going to get started with some more Ace Attorney. I'm trying to fiddle with my mic settings so that y'all can actually hear all the voices I do, because I know some of them can be a little bit quiet, like when I'm doing Dahlia or her twin sister Iris. So I was trying to fiddle with that in the background, and we're just going to get started. So I'm trying to remember where we left off. The ad is nearly done. Oh no, I thought I managed to cut back in right before or right after it finished, but I guess I was wrong. So, anywho, we're about to start part 4-1, which is the trial section. I think there's actually 2 parts to this. I don't know if we'll get through both tonight, but we're gonna at least get through the first one tonight. So we shall see. If we don't get through both of them, then that will give me all the motivation I need to know, hey, you gotta finish your Mia costume before next week. But if we do get through both of them today, then by a couple seconds you're fine. Oh, okay. Whew. No sweat. All right, where were we? Something.
Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself?
Morning, Pearls. Well, at least we found Pearl.
And Mr. Nick, please tell me, what's going to happen to Missing Maya?
I have no idea because I don't know where she is. I'm sorry, we don't know yet. None of us know where she is. Last time we saw her, she was locked up in a cave by some Cyclops. I do remember that. There was like 3, and then Iris tried to open them, and then suddenly there were like 20. It was really weird. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple.
Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall?
No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court.
Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby?
I have to admit, it's kind of strange. Okay. I don't know who'd be telling us this, so we're just gonna... Looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Oh, it's Edgy! Edgeworth. What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Isn't she on trial? Wait, what? So, does that mean she's testifying against Sister Bikini, who we are starting to really suspect? Or who is she accusing? Oh. Oh, she's gonna confess. Uh-oh. The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession. Or so I heard. Franziska von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today. Oh, it's all mask face, isn't it? What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Godot? Godot? Franziska is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. Oh, she's trying to open the locks.
The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's...
Exactly. She has been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. Oh, okay, Sister Bikini's helping. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly, and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edward. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. Aw, you're rooting for us. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. Oh, thank you? It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all of this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. We might still be feverish. We might still have a very massive, horrible fever. Uh-oh. Maybe you've passed your cold onto someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Partner. He calls us partner, y'all. Thanks. Nice. Edgeworth called his partner. You know what that means? Cowboys. I still don't have the answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Donim. No, I mean Miss Misty Fey. Stream time, hello. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. You forgot to say when it started? Oh no. You've been just lurking in the background, Cube? That's fine. And what that woman is really after. Oh yeah, I forgot about her. There was the Burt letter. That's right, that's right. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. So Pearl was supposed to channel Dahlia. That's what we found out. Here's a picture of her, blah, blah, blah. Gravely roast the master. So she, like, smeared gravy all over the picture of Misty Fey. Forgot about all that. Alright. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Okay, alright. Okay. Got it. But apparently when Pearl discovered the letter, it had already been opened once before. So somebody else knew that there was a plan to summon Dahlia at this resort thing that they were at. Court is now in session for the trial of Irish of Hazakura Temple. Okay. Your Honor? What are you... Oh, me? Oh, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Oh, my God. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. Oh, so the other guy was his little brother. Okay, cool, cool, cool. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. Does it? Because the other guy was definitely Canadian. Like, he said A lot. My poor brother. He looked like a bit pale. Not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. Whoop. Alright. First cup of joe, I guess. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understand exactly what you said, or at least up until the end anyway. Okay, great. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There is only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. Is it coffee? The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. Coffee is the one thing that stays the same? I don't think that's true. So then you mean, forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Oh? Confession? Defendant? It's first we're hearing of it, and we're the defense, so that's weird. Iris. Why didn't she discuss this with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Why didn't she discuss it with us first? We are her lawyer. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. What? That's one of my rules.
My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun, undergoing training at Hazakura Temple.
Witness, is there something that you want to confess to?
Yes, but first I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore.
It's alright. What is it?
Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident.
Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Donim?
No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard, where I desecrated it.
What?
Gasp, shock and awe.
Oh, order in the court, order!
Well, this must have been what Sister Bikini saw.
Goodness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder?
Yes, that's correct.
What? Literally what? What do you mean? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Fantastic. Ha. Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. What are you even saying, Godot? Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? Ah, that Godot. So this is the confession they were conferring about. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Iris's testimony crumbled up and shoved into a pocket. Okay. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris is covering for someone? No, I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket.
I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family.
Oh, she's not saying what I think she is she?
I'm sorry, but main family?
Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare, you little bitch. How dare she?
The daughter of the master of the Korean channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey.
Huh? Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. She's naming Maya? Bruh. Then why is Maya trapped in the sacred cavern?
Order in the court.
Are you kidding me right now?
So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer.
I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her.
Objection! Iris did that to protect her. That's what she's saying. I didn't see what Phoenix said.
The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time.
I would like to comment right now.
Now, witness, let's hear your testimony.
So Iris is claiming that she assisted in the cover-up, but that Maya is the one who killed Elise. But we know that Elise is Maya's mom. Oh, locked her in the thing to protect her? Maybe.
What exactly happened on the night of the crime?
To, like, keep her from the cops? That seems a little weird. You'd think that she'd want to, like, play the affected damsel if she was really guilty and not just stay locked in a place that could kill her. Because we've heard that inside the sacred cavern is, like, super cold, freezing, like, you can't really survive in there for longer than about a day. And she's been in there for over a day. So, yeah. Did Maya know that was her mom? Probably not, because she had trouble recognizing the scroll, which had the master's symbol over it. But we saw this talisman that she was wearing, that apparently is like the master symbol as well. So I don't think there's a photo of Elise with it on, but let me see. No, okay, we don't have a picture of her with it on. But apparently she wore that thing everywhere, and that proved that she was Misty Faye.
Yes, Your Honor.
I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. Me either. Oh, alright. So Maya's apparently a killer. That's what Iris is saying.
I went to the inner temple that night, and I saw it all happen in the garden.
when did she go to the temple? Because we have her in 2 places at once, and we also have that her sister was supposed to be channeled, and we also have that she claimed originally that she was in the, like, inner area. It's been 2 weeks, exactly. We're all catching up together. I'm trying to remember all the things that happened, so I keep trying to refer back to what we have, because I'm kind of lost. Alright, so now she's saying she saw it in the inner temple in the garden.
I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it.
Okay, so now she's saying that she aided in the cover-up of a self-defense killing.
So, it was in self-defense?
Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first.
But, okay, so we know that Pearl was supposed to summon Dahlia Hawthorne, but couldn't. She failed at it, she couldn't do it, it wasn't working. And we know that one of the main reasons that that would happen would be if somebody else was already channeling Dahlia. So, if there were 2 Irises, it's possible that one is Iris and one is Dahlia. Why would Misty try to kill her own daughter? Exactly, exactly. I don't think this holds water. I'm starting to wonder if this is even Iris. Because like I said, we have 2 Irises running around that night. One of them was probably Dahlia Hawthorne being channeled, but by who, we don't know, because it wasn't Pearl, she wasn't able to do it. And the other was actually Iris. So the question becomes, how long can you channel a spirit? Can you only channel them for a day? Can you channel them for longer? Because if you can channel them for longer than a day, this could be Dahlia. But also, why would Dahlia be naming Maya either? I don't know why either of them would say, oh, Maya's the killer, blah, blah, blah. So I wonder if maybe Misty channeled Dahlia, Dahlia tried to kill Maya for some reason, and then Maya had to defend herself. Can you channel a living person? No, you cannot. But what we found out in the very end of the last one was that Edgeworth turned up basically her death records. So there's evidence that Dahlia was killed in prison, like she was executed, put to death, all that. I don't think we have a record of it, though. No, we don't have a record of it. Okay, I thought maybe we had something proving that, but I guess not. So that could be the other thing. Dahlia could still be alive and could be out in the run, or she could be executed and would have been channeled by somebody other than Pearl. So maybe Misty was channeling Dahlia and then tried to kill Maya, and then Maya stabbed her, and then now, she's free or whatever. Like, Dahlia had to leave because she got stabbed. And it's like, oh, that's Mystic Elise, so no, what do we do? That's my theory right now. That's my theory for what happened. Maya accidentally killed the lady that was her mom. So, if Iris is telling the truth, that this is all if Iris is telling the truth. Because if Iris is lying through her teeth, maybe she killed her. Maybe our client is guilty after all.
That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya.
You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Oh, it's been an intense 2 weeks for you? That's fair. That's very fair. Are you back in your home country, or are you still stateside? Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. That's mean. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that the person who did go was that woman. Oh, you got back Saturday? Oh, okay. Iris even admitted it. Oh. Did she? I don't think Iris did admit it. I don't think Iris admitted that her now dead sister was here. Or twin, I guess.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination.
I'm gonna need to know so many more things. We're gonna just press everything and see if we can find, like, a contradiction somewhere. She said she went to the inner temple. Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated yesterday that on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple. Did she now? Too bad for you. What she said yesterday doesn't mean much today, doesn't it? By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go? It was the inner temple's training hall. Oh, it was in the training hall. Gotcha, okay. A private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. That's fair. That would be properly described as hearsay. Excuse me.
What do you have to say, witness?
I just couldn't tell him the truth at that time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she?
No. No.
I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder.
There. We all understand how difficult this is for you. Now then, let's continue with the testimony.
Jerk is what I have to say. Fair.
What did you witness in the temple garden?
Well, Your Honor.
I saw Mystic Lee strike her. Go home, Godot. Nobody likes you. You're saying that the victim attacked Maya? I mean Miss Faye?
Yes, it was a truly terrifying scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head and looked like she was going to collapse.
What were you doing at that time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting?
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock.
That's perfectly understandable, my dear.
But what would have made them fight in the first place? Because wouldn't Elise have known that that was her kid? Or at least suspected? Because if she knows who she is, and she's like, oh, this is Mystic Maya, my daughter, obviously she would recognize her. So why would Elise have attacked her in the first place? That doesn't make any sense. This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute.
What happened after that?
Nothing, because this is all a lie. Alright, she moved to deliver a fatal strike. She moved in to deliver a fatal strike? Exactly.
Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon.
Oh. Hold on. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Why would she have done that if her staff is also a sword? That she wouldn't have reached for a weapon. She already had a weapon. It was the staff. Wait a minute. What was this weapon?
It was some kind of dagger.
A dagger, huh? And Elise Donim tried to stab her with this weapon? To kill Miss Faye?
Yes, exactly.
Huh. Only Gumshoe and I know that it's a sword.
You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Do you have a problem with the testimony you're hearing from your client, lawyer boy?
Do I have a problem with Iris' testimony? There's one thing. There's one little thing. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony.
You do? But this witness is your own client.
Yes, well, nevertheless...
That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony.
Yes, sir.
Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that.
Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me.
Poor Gramps.
Okay, now, let's continue.
Okay. Weird. Alright, she threw her stuff away and pulled a dagger outside her robe, except why would she do that? Because she already had a dagger on hand. Sister Iris, there is something strange about your version of events.
Huh?
Miss Donem throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me.
But all you can do with a staff is hit someone.
Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword.
Huh.
If Elise Donem really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Gasp. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? Don't save her. Let her drown.
That was an impressive bit of investigating, Trite. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A longsword is unwieldy, and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade.
Well...
Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony.
But there's something strange about this whole testimony. Alright, well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument.
Mr. Wright.
I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Donem would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. Is it the thing that says that she's the thing and thus her mom? I'm gonna do that one. I'm gonna do that one.
Well, Mr. Godot?
If you ask me, the only thing that seems strange is the angle of Mr. Trite's index finger. Trite, sticking your finger in an electrical outlet might be safer for you.
But I'm making a point. Just let me tell you what I'm holding.
Otherwise, it might get bitten off the next time you poke it in the wrong place.
I'm making a good point. No. What? But that... Am I supposed to present her profile? And be like, she's actually Misty Fey. I still don't think that Miss Donem would ever attack Maya. If you think about their relationship, it's obvious. That's why I was trying to show the master of the... Oh, come on.
Why don't you think it over one more time?
Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright, blah, blah, blah. Because she would never attempt to take the life of Misty Fey. Her profile? Okay, cool. Cool. Same conclusion, different evidence. Because that's how this game works. You have to pick the right evidence. Okay. I can see where mine was right, but apparently it wasn't right enough. So that's fine. That's fine. Elise Donem would never have attacked Maya Fey.
How can you be so sure?
Because the victim's real name was not Elise Donem. Her real name was Misty Fey.
Hey?
No! Not Mystic Misty Fey!
That was way too loud, I'm sorry.
Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to...
Misty Fey is the master of the Korine channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey.
Oh, are you serious?
Yes.
Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Donem actually the great Mystic Misty?
Yeah. There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea. Bikini knew.
I can hardly believe it.
Sister Bikini knew. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. Since you're making up this testimony, Godot.
Order in the court. Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, 1. That the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and 2. That the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter, despite the fact being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe.
Well, thank you, Your Honor.
Listen, there's nothing in this world that isn't possible. Except for one little thing.
Yes? What is this one little impossible thing?
Keeping an eye on chat and such, but playing a game myself and walking around here. Nice!
Ha! You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps.
Kinda restless? That's fair. Let's take a walk. Could you get to your point, Godot?
I heard the witness's confession this morning. Just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee.
How many cups of coffee do you have in the morning? You have 17 in a trial. How are you having 8 for breakfast?
You're going to ruin your health, my friend.
Exactly.
Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty.
Oh. That's a dagger.
Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing?
Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else?
Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it.
Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene.
Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene?
Huh? The pine tree? Was there a pine tree? I don't remember a pine tree. The tree that's falling over?
This dagger was stuck in the back side of the pine tree when the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women.
What? How would it be thrown in the direction of the back of it? That would imply that you were standing behind the tree. But the final battle piece was supposed to be in front of this lantern.
This little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree.
Which means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct?
Ha! Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning.
Okay, now you're telling lies. Didn't you just say it was your 8th a few minutes ago? Exactly. Lies.
I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice.
In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately.
Okay.
This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right.
Gross.
Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately.
Gross. Anyway.
Now then, the testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible.
Aw, he changed his mind again. Terrible. I hate it. I hate it very much.
Cute girls never lie, ever.
That's not true. That's not true at all.
In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to the court.
About what, Your Honor?
About the incident you saw, the battle between the two women.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now she's gonna have to make some stuff up, because I don't think she's telling the truth. Also, where the heck did he get that dagger? Is he in on it? Now I'm thinking he's in on it.
Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff, but then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stopped Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed.
So who wrote Maya's name on the lantern?
That was a very heartbreaking story.
I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore.
That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
Okay. Fine. Gotta prove this wrong, too. Stumbled briefly. Okay. Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all this?
What do you mean?
Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle.
I wonder if that's true. The two of them, they were standing near the garden stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were, so I think that's why they didn't see me.
From behind what?
So it was dark in the garden when the murder took place. Tell me, what did Miss Maya Fey do after she was struck?
From behind? Like, from outside the garden, or? What happened to the victim's staff then?
I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I couldn't really see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated.
That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger.
Mystic Elise raised the dagger to strike, but Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground. And then at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up.
Nothing sounds especially strange yet.
What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her?
Alright, she was on the defensive. You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim.
Yes. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger.
I still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point, it's just silly.
As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal.
I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified.
Your animal analogies have grown tiresome.
You were the one who started it! Exactly. Phoenix and I have the same brain.
Anyway. So after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next?
Alright, that's when she stabbed her. Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw?
Yes, I'm almost certain.
Almost?
The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who.
What did she just say? So, in other words, it could have been someone else entirely.
We know that Maya Fey was in the inner temple that night, and that the woman that was killed was Elise Donim. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who?
I mean, technically Pearl was also there. So, you know, I don't have anything to counter that yet.
Well then, witness, please continue with your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Face each other for a moment. Oh.
Face each other for a moment, and the Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Elise. Then Mystic Elise doubled over and fell to the ground.
So she was stabbed in the stomach, huh?
Yes.
Where did that dagger go?
I have no idea. It was dark, and I couldn't see.
According to the detective,
Wrong voice.
According to the detective who found the dagger, and was stuck into the pine tree in the garden. Most likely, it was flung towards the tree after the struggle.
That is the most likely explanation, yes.
After being stabbed in the stomach, did the victim collapse right away?
Now that I think of it, she seemed to stare at Mystic Maya for a while. And Mystic Maya stood there, not moving an inch. It felt for a moment like time had just stopped.
She's cute. She's probably a murderer. Oh no!
But then suddenly, as if the spell had worn off, Mystic Elise fell over.
If these games have taught me anything. I mean, we do have the fact that, Dahlia Hawthorne is her twin sister. Lady responsible for trying to poison Phoenix Wright is this girl's twin sister. So, seems like a reasonable story at first, but there's one thing that is completely impossible. The very idea of Maya stabbing someone. That alone is impossible, which means this faulty testimony must contain another contradiction in it somewhere. Stole the weapon. That's when Mystic stabbed Elise. She managed to swing the knife away, and then she collapsed. Okay, so I guess the stone lantern writing would be the thing? Alright, somewhere in this testimony there is a lie, and we have to figure it out. What do we got? We've got, Lisa's autopsy report. Oh, she was stabbed in the back. That's the thing. Defensive with her back to the stone lantern. Okay. So, according to her autopsy report, she was stabbed in the back. Oh, that wasn't it. What do you think about the witness's statement? I mean, they're back to the stone lantern. That's when she stabbed her. Okay, let's try it to this one, because apparently I gotta be pedantic about it. There we go. Music stopped. It's time. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris.
Huh?
Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions.
Oh, what do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony?
According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct?
Yes, that's right.
But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right?
Yes, I think so.
But, according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back.
Ah.
This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony.
What? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
Ha! It's simple.
What?
People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You get my drift?
No, I don't.
Is that all you have to say?
I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind.
Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting beating mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach.
There certainly are some inconsistencies.
Well, Iris, how about it?
Well, it's just...
If you ask me, You're just being too naive about the whole thing.
What do you mean?
There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee.
We told you to stop talking about that, kiddo. Just get to the point.
But to pick out each one requires total concentration and use of all of the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said?
Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself. Exactly. He's not making any sense.
The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light.
Light.
By the way, did you know Hazakura has a rule on nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple training? The stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit.
I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for.
Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly?
Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern.
Impossible?
It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all.
Most enlightening.
Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away.
No, because weren't there, like, lanterns and stuff at the place? That's not the one. Where's the one? That's not it either. Where's all the stuff from the inner temple? Do we not have any of that? Oh. I thought we had a picture of the crime scene.
If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other.
Then she's not a reliable witness. How does she know who the woman were? Exactly!
We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite?
No! What are you even saying? You're not making any sense.
Order, order, order!
Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind.
There were lanterns, and also there's blood on it. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face?
What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot?
This lantern, there's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood.
Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet.
Written in blood.
Why does it sound like you also don't know about that, Godot?
It says Maya upside down.
What the?
Oh, yes, that's right.
Oh, now she's gonna make up something else? Fantastic.
After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body.
So she reached onto her back and then scrolled it up.
It certainly looks that way.
Objection! Wait, did he not know? Bro, it's written very clearly on the thing. What do you mean?
Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about?
What do you mean, what are we all talking about?
We're talking about the message written in blood.
Nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle.
No? Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. Can he not see the color red?
My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
So that's what he meant by that. I mean, no, maybe? Can he not see the color red? What? So he's under the impression that the lantern is completely blank? So he cannot see the red at all.
In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern.
Well, somebody scrawled it, but why would she scrawl it upside down?
Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot?
Okay then, let's move on.
Godot is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose.
I believe it has now been established that Miss Elise Stoneham was killed by Maya Fey.
Oh, that's just wrong. She's not even here to defend herself.
Now it's time to turn our attention to you.
Yes, sir.
After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears.
After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the grind tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge.
Nope, because Dusky Bridge was burned at this point.
But I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and...
How did she make it across Dusky Bridge? Dusky Bridge was on fire.
I used the Shishishito to alter the way the wound looked.
How?
So, you moved the body.
Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fae Clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Donim was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin.
A terrible trick of fate.
I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor.
I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body. But
You were spotted by the head nun, correct?
yes, and that's why I couldn't go back.
That's not why you couldn't go back.
Your story makes sense, I suppose.
No, it doesn't.
Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination.
The whole thing is a lie because the bridge was on fire. Yes, Your Honor. The bridge was on fire. We fell through it. Lightning struck. What is happening? I dragged it across Dusky Bridge. Did you, though? Because Dusky Bridge was definitely on fire. Where's that thing about lightning strikes? Let's see. 10:45. And she died at what time? Between 10 and 11. So, I guess technically she could have, but no. I'm doing this one. How? How, Sway? Okay, apparently that's not it. Clearly faulty. I'm sorry, but I can see nothing faulty. I'm gonna have to penalize you. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, penalize me, Your Honor. Rude. Must be on the wrong track. How? Press, I guess. Oops. Wrong button. Hold it. It's pretty amazing you can make it all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge.
It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age.
It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold.
What? But there's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple.
I thought that it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible.
But if it fell into Eagle River, nobody would know where it was. It would just be gone.
Ha! Makes perfect sense to me.
Why?
For the time being.
How does that make sense? I don't understand. I'm looking something up. That's why we're going through all this.
Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge?
Okay, she used the snowmobile. The snowmobile, I knew that would show up sooner or later.
Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge.
This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? Yes. About the tracks. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right?
Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks.
This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Why is he the Royal Robot Man? I don't know. That's so he can see, apparently. It's a giant pair of glasses. Are these the tracks from that ride?
Yes, I think they are.
But I can only see one set of tracks here.
I don't see what's so strange about that.
We're, looking for something. Hang on. I'm trying to get the walkthrough that we used pulled up so that I can keep up to where we are, in case I get stuck, because I hate being stuck when it's a trial like this where you have to pick the exact right thing to go on the exact right piece, otherwise you fail the whole thing entirely, so we're just figuring it out. Alright.
Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple.
I see. So we're still falling, huh?
Hold on. We just read the weather thingy. Was it still falling? The snow was up until 10:50, so it was snowing after a bunch of things happened.
And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped.
Now, see, if that was true, then the lightning would have hit the bridge. So, that's the problem. The snow stopped after lightning hit the bridge. So for her statements to be true, lightning would have struck the bridge behind her when she was about to take the body to where it's supposed to go. So, I don't know about all that. Okay.
That's why there were such fresh-looking tracks.
How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about the testimony?
It's important. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped? That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor? I'd like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony.
But does that have something to do with the case?
All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record.
Ha! This should be fun. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we?
Yes, sir.
Alright. Alright, let's see. Alright, so the walkthrough that I read said the thing that I did was correct. You were supposed to present it on this. But no, apparently you're supposed to add the statement first and then present it, because otherwise it doesn't trigger anything. So I have to have that statement first and then present. So I was right, but I needed the other statement first, apparently. I don't know. Fantastic. You claimed the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible.
What?
This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. It's true.
Well, why do you say that?
Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and it caught on fire.
What did you say? The bridge? It was on fire?
You don't mean to say you didn't know about it?
That's super weird.
It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down.
What? But it can't be.
How does she not know about this? It looks like you still haven't figured it out. You crossed the bridge. Not the real bridge, but like, I don't know. This is really weird. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull a wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney.
No!
Order, order, order.
The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right. The inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body.
Partners, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying, and I will find you in contempt of court.
Yeah. Contempt. Contempt. Okay. Alright.
Do you have anything to say for yourself?
The only person here that is truly contemptible is you.
The judge?
Old man.
Why are you telling the judge that he's contemptible?
Me? How dare you?
Exactly.
Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now.
Squat?
The important thing now is to find the truth. Isn't that right?
Okay, but it is. It is important. It's very important.
Yes, of course, but...
Whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Donim was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Donim's body.
He makes a good point on both accounts.
That's right. I'm not lying.
What are you claiming this time?
I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy.
Wasn't herself at all? You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy?
It is only human to err. If you're so perfect, Trite, maybe you can explain this for the court.
Oh, what is it?
When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow, the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick.
Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way she got across that burnt-out bridge. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. Excuse me.
It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation.
You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth.
No, I don't have to prove what the truth is to prove that she's lying. I can prove that she's lying. Ack. That's not how that works, Godot. Apparently everybody in this court is in Looney Town. Alright then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more.
About what, Your Honor?
You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will this be her final testimony? Will it? I don't know. Will it testimony? Alright, moving the body.
Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling, or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge?
I mean, we kinda did, but we did fall into the river.
So it's just a misunderstanding. I see.
This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident.
Oh. Okay.
It certainly was burned to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires is even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Certainly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition.
Okay, okay. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth. And Maya will be accused of murder.
Trite. I'm only going to say it one more time. It is only human to err. And only humans can spot the errors of our ways.
The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. He doesn't make any sense at all, ever.
Alright, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination.
My final one? Are you sure? Can I get a couple more? Moving the body. Okay. Press. We'll press it all. We're just gonna have to do something. Yes, but if the snow had already stopped when the incident took place...
I couldn't have crossed the bridge, naturally. But I think it's just like Mr. Godot said. The body did make it across somehow.
But you seemed to be quite sure of yourself when you gave your testimony. You said you were sure the snow had already stopped.
I'm terribly sorry. I was wrong.
Does she really think an apology is going to get her off the hook? Does it really matter that much? I mean, it does kind of. This is no joke. You're giving sworn testimony in a court of law.
Mr. Wright, let me ask you a question. Do you remember, like, what the weather was like 1 week ago today?
Huh? Well, naturally, it was, but it wasn't a week ago. It was like a day and a half ago.
See, it's not that easy to remember, is it?
But it had been some kind of a special day I would have remembered. For example, it was pouring rain on the day of my elementary school graduation.
Objection!
Wow.
No one wants to hear about your childhood traumas, Trite.
What?
By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. If you insist on this obsessing over that one statement, let's see the proof. Show some evidence that the body somehow crossed the bridge while it was on fire.
I have to show evidence of some kind, but the fact that we have to show evidence kind of implies that we have evidence. I mean, we have this picture. Oops. I may do that. We have Larry's picture, which kind of implies that somebody flew. But also, the bridge doesn't hang down like that, so... Screw it. Somebody flew. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility.
What?
Ha! You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible at your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air.
I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Preposterous. He spit out his coffee and said preposterous.
Preposterous. Who is it? Who is this witness?
I can't chicken out here. Gotta keep on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Elise Donem's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Larry Donem. We called Larry gifted and brilliant.
Brilliant?
Highly gifted.
Apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony? That night he was at the Mountain Shack at the Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night.
Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument?
Oh, pathetic scribble. That's so mean. Uh-oh, the judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket.
Ha! Well, Trite, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking.
Oh, excuse me.
Like it was drawn by a 6-year-old. Does this sketch prove anything?
Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it.
Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch?
Excuse me. Upside down? Why did Godot say that?
Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show?
I don't think old Whisker Face is going to forgive any more mistakes. Whisker Face? Alright, Phoenix. Look carefully and think it over. This sketch, drawn by Larry Donem, is... exactly what happened? Just stick by our boy? Stick by him? Okay. Of course the victim was flying through the air. You can see it right there in the sketch. Whoosh! I don't think that was the right answer. The body fell. Oh, the body fell. It did fall. It fell 10 feet. Oh, I forgot about that. It fell. So it was flung through the air and it fell. It didn't fly, it fell down. Well, maybe it flew across the bridge like a pendulum and it launched in the air and fell.
You know, you're starting to remind me of yesterday's witness.
What? That was the last thing I wanted to hear.
Do you have any evidence that the victim flew through the air?
I mean...
Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult at the inner temple yet.
Ugh, wish they had. The drawing... Oh. If the drawing's upside down... What does that mean? Hold on. Okay, if the drawing's upside down, that means she passed underneath the bridge. So she could have fallen, but we know she didn't fall into Evil River. So... Or maybe she did and they fished her out? I don't know. No, they didn't fish her out because she would have been, like, washed away by the everything. So... I don't know.
Even if you're a lousy lawyer, you're at least worth 1 cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time.
There must be some way. I just know it. There must be a way to use Larry's sketch to show the truth of what happened. Try it anyway. I mean, we're either about to get a penalty and have to pick something else, or... I guess we've got it.
Alright then, the witness will now return to her testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, that's what you're steering it to? Maybe. Oh. I guess we got it wrong, but I thought we got it right, so I don't know. Okay. So was I supposed to pick a different option there? Because I don't know. I don't know. Because the music stopped, so we're supposed to present this, but it all comes back to this.
I can't believe we're looking at this again.
I admit that I didn't really understand it before, but I get it now. That's why I believe the sketch shows the truth.
Very well. Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is the sketch trying to show?
I don't think this old whisker face is gonna forgive any more mistakes. Oh, the contradiction one? Okay. Okay. So the first time we picked exactly what happened. Obviously it's not evidence of nothing, so the only one we're left with is a complete contradiction. But doesn't that mean we're, like, saying that it's wrong? Like, because I thought that was us basically saying, like, this is complete horse crap. But then apparently this is maybe the right answer? I don't know, because the last thing definitely wasn't. Something is obviously funny about this sketch.
I'm no art critic, but even I can see that.
No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Aristonim stated it over and over, that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it.
It contradicts reality?
Just wait and see what happens. Fair enough. We can always, like, reload and do stuff, so...
This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again.
It's buffering on your end? Oh no! I don't like that.
Okay, Trite.
Show me the thing that's wrong. The cord. It's this wire connected to the bridge, because they said one of the things was snapped. So, didn't the fire, like, snap one of them? Isn't that, like, the whole point?
The wire?
Huh. Is that the thing that contradicts reality?
It is indeed. Apparently that was right. I was just grasping for straws, because one of them was snapped, and they made a big deal about saying one of the suspension wires was snapped, so I just went with that. Since I couldn't really look at anything.
Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality.
This photo that you presented, kiddo.
That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct?
Yes. Now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge,
Jumping Jehoshaphat,
the wires are below the guard wires.
What?
Godot, please, stop spitting your coffee out.
Order, order, order! This sketch is somewhat different than what's predicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong?
Or perhaps he just drew it wrong.
Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong.
With someone like Larisse, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason?
Are you saying you know the answer to that?
Man, my nose.
Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Larisse was doing when he witnessed this event? We're looking at the drawing upside down. Exactly! He was at Heavenly Hall, waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited, and finally he laid down. They do keep depicting him as seeing it, like, looking at it upside down, so... But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Larice must have been in at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did.
He was lying on his back? I can't see how it relates.
But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down.
Oh!
No way.
Larice Stonem witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. So just turn the notebook over.
So then the sketch should actually...
I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Larice Stonem's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. Ridiculous.
Order, order, order!
Of all the things to say, a pendulum.
The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And a pendulum was the only way to get it done.
Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff.
Yes, that sounds right.
In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you'd need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead.
The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident. So it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them.
What?
I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. Ow.
In that case, Mr. H, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum?
That thing. The suspension wire.
And the meaning of this is?
The rope that snapped on the bridge. If you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard.
Ah! This is one of the wires from the bridge.
When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. Thank you. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Stonem's body. How were they sure that was gonna work? How were they sure that was gonna work? Because there was simply no other way to move the body.
Ah.
We'll drink too.
Mr. Godot. It seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems the odds of a rope being readily available were very high. So I suppose there's not an impossibility after all.
Well, finally he stopped drinking his coffee.
Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask.
That's why they're... Oh, that's why the ball was found in the snow. It was found, near Dusky Bridge. That's right.
There's only one question. Did that really happen? Trite. I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum?
This. Maybe. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple. Still more coffee in that mug? Highly unlikely. He probably just poured another cup. Because he says he drinks like 17 cups, so he probably just, and they just slid one down to him. Root beer tapper style.
So then, what was the spot? That was the spot where the criminal...
Yes, precisely. Now let's consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. That's the outcropping and also the drop.
Did you say drop?
Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank.
What? What makes you think something like that happened?
Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance.
What kind of evidence?
The autopsy report that says it did? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death.
10 feet, huh?
That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. I think we probably could have presented any of those things.
That's...
Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off of Miss Elise Donim's staff. And even more important is the place where the crystal sphere was found.
Indeed. I believe it's already marked on this overhead map.
It was right where the body was found.
The crystal was found. Ah!
Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. Right there, yeah!
This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright.
But that does require Iris to have already gotten across Dusky Bridge. So... I don't know what that sound was. Of course it does.
You provided us with a way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive.
Oh, there's coffee on my face.
Mr. Wright!
I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down.
Well, what is the meaning of this, Mr. Cadeau?
Wow, we got smacked in the face with coffee. Disgusting.
That was a dark and bitter guess you made, Trite. But you forgot about one thing.
Godot, go home. Nobody likes you. Or your stupid visor.
Oh, and what would that be?
The aroma.
Huh? What? What? Why are we talking about coffee all of a sudden? The what now? Exactly, the what now?
A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma.
The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffinese. Can you elaborate a bit more?
If the criminal had sent the body to the other side like you say, then naturally, there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it.
Oh, right. But Iris was on that side, she's saying. So how did she get to the other side? There were two Irises. Dahlia Hawthorne's not dead.
An accomplice.
The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite?
Yep, Dahlia's not dead. Dahlia and Iris. But if this person, if this Iris is confessing to the inner temple side of stuff, maybe that's Dahlia.
Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do.
Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. Or Sister Bikini. Yep, or Bikini, exactly. We could frame Bikini. It might be Bikini. That would make the most sense, actually. If Bikini was, like, working with, like, Iris and also Pearl's mom.
Very well then. If you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura temple side?
Okay. Can I... Oh, I can't save first. Okay. Fantastic. So I have to pick one or the other, but I get one more chance. I have enough points that if I lose this, I could get one more chance. Bikini wanted to get rid of Maya because she believed Iris deserved to be the next Misty. But if Iris didn't have any powers, then she couldn't have been. And of course, Morgan Fay was trying to make Pearl the next Misty Fay. Or the next Master, at least. So, it's either Bikini, with her bad back, allegedly, or it's Iris. So, the thing is that Iris was found on the Hazakura temple side. They arrested her. So, she made it to that side somehow. She could have been lying about her back. But how did Iris make it across? That's the thing. If Iris did all of this and, you know, helped on the inner temple, blah, 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 how did they arrest Iris on the Hazakura temple side? So, the thing that doesn't add up is Iris herself. You think it's Bikini? Bikini would make sense. But Bikini also said Iris is the one that did it. She basically was accusing Iris. So, the question is why? Why not just leave the body on that side and accuse Maya the way that Iris is doing? I don't know. Oh, I don't know. It's one or the other. Because that's the thing, is Iris shouldn't, by her own testimony, Iris should not be here in front of us and arrested and all of that. I doubt Dahlia's alive. That's fair. To get herself off the hook, maybe. But that's the thing. We should not have been able to arrest Iris. If the story plays out exactly like this, and Bikini was the accomplice, we would not have been able to arrest Iris because she would be on the same side with Maya. And on the side where Dusky Bridge is burned down. She and Maya would be huddled up for warmth in the Spirit Cavern, or whatever. Also with Pearl, because Pearl was over there. So that's the weird part, is that Iris shouldn't be here. I'm gonna go with Iris. I'm gonna go with Iris because she shouldn't be here. It can only be you, Sister Iris.
Huh? But I
don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. Well, we're probably gonna lose this and then we'll go back and pick Bikini. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it. We don't know Iris was the killer, never mind. That's the thing. We don't know anything other than Iris said, oh, I helped Maya move the body. So how did she move the body, but also be on the other side of the bridge herself? Because that's the thing that's not adding up. Iris should not have any of this knowledge. She should not know anything about the stabbing, about any of it. She could not have been a witness. We would not have been able to arrest her on that first day. So that's the weird part, is like, we should not have been able to arrest Iris, according to her own testimony. So, I don't know. This one's a weird one, because Iris literally had to have been in two places at once for her testimony to have been the truth. So maybe she just lied about all that. So she wasn't the one to pick up the body after it got stolen. She would have had to be. But if that's the case, who killed Elise Onim? Did Maya kill her and then swing the body herself? We don't know.
Trite, were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple after the mother-daughter bloodbath.
No way Maya did it. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. That's the thing. According to Bikini's testimony, She was there desecrating the body, and she was arrested. So she had to be on the Hazakura Temple side. But how the heck did she get there? Did she swing the body over and then swing herself over when she realized it could be done? I don't know.
Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in 2 different places at the same time.
We've been through that part already. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony?
Mention what?
The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness. I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge. But then who got the body? Well, we're kind of implying that Iris got the body. But then who swung the body? We're also kind of implying that Iris swung the body. Which means it's now a fact that this occurred. Something you should have already known.
No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum.
But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. Is this Dahlia? Were we right? Yeah, she was found on the Hazakura Temple side, so Iris didn't kill her but did catch on the Hazakura Temple side. Is this Dahlia? But Dahlia's dead.
What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright?
What kind of nonsense is this?
Is it Dahlia? So we were right, just not the other one being Bikini. I mean, either Dahlia's alive and this is Dahlia, or someone is channeling Dahlia right now. And the only person that could be would be Maya. Right? Because Pearl's with us. We know where Pearl is. It's not her. Or maybe Dahlia's alive. How can they not have noticed they killed someone else during the execution? Maybe it was faked. Because she was very manipulative before, so maybe she like manipulated her way out of jail. Or like died in her cell or something. Or they killed her, but then she snuck out because she wasn't actually dead. Maybe she was in cahoots with the executioner. I don't know. Oh, this is a weird one. Option. There's a lot of options at this point.
You're saying this isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
Are you serious, Trite? You mean that this woman is?
Ooh. There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. It's the woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is... Dahlia Hawthorne! I've never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Hawthorne?
Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
That name rings some bells, distant bells, but bells nonetheless.
Ha! It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne.
Is it gonna say that she's deceased?
Oh yes, I remember now. That case, 5 years ago.
Asshole. Fight me. My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. Yes, Godot is.
I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence.
The honor is all mine.
Oh, the honor is all mine. But according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month.
Are we gonna find out it wasn't true?
So what?
Does that mean she's actually alive?
Death has no meaning in this courtroom.
Was it though? Is she dead?
What?
I mean, he said he came back from death, so...
Order, order, order!
Wait a moment. How can you? My sister, she's already dead. What kind of...
You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the Karayan channeling technique flows within that body.
The Karayan channeling technique? Oh, where have I heard that?
That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself.
Oh.
You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. But who?
What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone.
Oh yeah, it could be Iris. Even though it said... That was the thing that got me, was it said that she doesn't have any spiritual power. Maybe she does. Maybe she secretly did this whole time. But then, how did she make it across the bridge? Was, like... The question is, who is the other person on the inner temple side? Because somebody had to clean up the body and swing it across so Iris could catch it. And now Iris is channeling Dahlia. So, who was the other person?
On the very night of the murder, to a temple where her twin sister Iris was.
Dahlia. But then who was channeling Dahlia at the time? Or Bikini. But Bikini was also found on the Hazakura temple side. It doesn't really make sense that anybody but, like... Yeah, I was gonna say but Pearl. Pearl could have been channeling her, but Pearl said she failed. Pearl said she couldn't channel Dahlia like the letter told her to because she said she failed. Was she lying to us? Oh god, I hope not. Oh, I hope she wasn't lying to us. Please don't be lying to us, Pearl. Well, if you're going to put it things that way, then yes.
We're supposed to believe a coincidence just like that just happens.
I think the next investigation is trying to figure out if Dahlia is dead or alive. Yeah, and that's the thing. That's the thing. Because we already had that case where we thought that the sister was dead, and it turned out that the other sister had died, and in reality, you know, she was just living as her dead sister's life. Maybe it's something like that. Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions.
Oh, what's that?
These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. I forgot that was her mom. Morgan is locked up, yes. And she wrote instructions and left them for Pearl. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple.
Two of them.
Even the time of the channeling was planned out. Doesn't mean Morgan couldn't have channeled Dahlia herself. Well, how would she have gotten to the mountain, though? As soon as you hear the lights out bell. In other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time.
That means the Irish that was at dinner was the real Irish.
And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne.
Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business.
Are you gonna tell us she's alive?
Yes, it's true that you found plans that talk about it. However, There's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris.
What? Wait, how do we know that?
Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime.
How do you know that, Godot?
After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike.
Okay.
It was later that the body was moved by pendulum.
Okay. That's right.
Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far?
I think so? Yes.
After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center.
The earthquake! The earthquake where Miles... They could have switched places. There was a moment. Thank you for the hydrate. I mean, maybe Iris was on the other side? Okay, so here's another theory. You forgot your sacred duty, that's fair. Maybe Iris was on the side with the inner temple, and Sister Bikini channeled Dahlia, who was seen. But then, how would Bikini and Dahlia be at the same spot? That doesn't make sense. Okay, I don't know. I don't know who would have channeled Dahlia at this point, because if Sister Bikini channeled Dahlia, how would Iris have been there to be arrested, or Dahlia, or whoever? Because Sister Bikini would have still been channeling her. So somebody has to be channeling her at some point, and nothing is making any sense.
Oh, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced.
But something still seems off, way off. Bikini's involved somehow? She probably is. We just have to prove it. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. Huh.
I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places.
That's my theory.
Switch places?
There was a moment where the only person guarding her was Miles Edgeworth, and there was an earthquake which caused him to drop to the floor and like black out. So there is a moment in time that recently that they could have switched places.
To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we cannot continue with this trial.
Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, that we know of. Which means they must have switched places somewhere.
Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne?
There was one. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance.
Oh, explain yourself.
Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown.
Unknown? What do you mean?
What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised.
Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that?
I'm sorry, I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris the chance to freely move about was... Oh, I'm sorry, Edgy. That would make sense. Yesterday her demeanor changed. Exactly. It wasn't his fault. It was the earthquake's fault.
This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it?
Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not?
An earthquake?
Yep, it was pretty bad, and it was on the mountain. Earthquake! Oh my goodness! Ah.
Terroize, she fled. She escaped.
To the inner temple. We went to the inner temple right away. And that's why the locks changed! Dahlia was hiding in the sacred temple, so where's Maya? Where's Maya? Wait, if Dahlia was hiding in there, but where's Maya? And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. Hopefully Maya's not in there with her. I mean, it would be with Iris. And Iris is less likely to kill her, I hope. Oh, maybe they're trying to frame Maya so they locked her in there. And so Iris is in there, like, keeping an eye on her or whatever. But she's gonna be found as soon as they break those locks, so... how's that supposed to work? And who's channeling Dahlia? She's gotta be alive. That's the only explanation, is that she's alive, and she's physically there in front of us. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. Maybe Maya saw what happened. Maybe that's why they locked her in there. Either Bikini or she's alive. I'm betting she's alive at this point. Because it makes the most sense for her to just be alive. There's nobody that is, like, unaccounted for that could have channeled her.
That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling and...
Oh. Be quiet. It is Dahlia Hawthorne!
It's been a long time, Mr. Judge.
That voice.
Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Dahlia Hawthorne, and my current profession, permanently retired. Ha! So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead.
Okay, so she's gonna play the I'm dead card. Oh. That's definitely not the face somebody who's alive would make.
There's really nothing you can do to punish me.
What is going on here?
I want to know too. Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her and for myself. Okay. Okay. To be continued. Do I have the rest of it in me? That's the real question. I did skip 2 weeks worth of this game, so... yeah, let's push on through. Let's do it. You do? Okay, thanks. I just want to know. Because now she's claiming that she is dead and being channeled.
Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness?
Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge?
Well, it seems as if we're to learn the truth. We'll need to hear your testimony.
I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown.
Oh.
In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night.
What was the plan? To kill Maya?
The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die.
Oh. Now I'm not so sure Maya's still alive.
The idea was for me to kill Maya, and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway.
Hold it. Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fey?
Yes. You have a problem with that?
Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that...
Watch yourself, Terroize.
Okay.
If you've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules.
Mr. Godot is correct. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well.
To kill Maya? Could it be true? I mean, if Pearl knew that was the plan, she wouldn't have gone along with it. Because she, like, loves Maya. So Pearl would have had to not know. So. Alright, let's get to pressing. You were executed last month, correct?
Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant.
Oh my god. There's hang-ins in this game. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay?
Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her.
I see. So that's when you discussed the plan?
Huh. Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter.
All to make Pearl Fay the master of Khura'in?
She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
Oh.
A plan, huh?
Alright, press. You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct?
Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us.
You and your twin sister, Iris?
That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father.
Abandoned?
The only person I ever really cared about in my life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple.
Oh my god, Dahlia. You mean Iris?
Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
How horrible.
The really horrible one was that woman, that bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fay heaped all her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family.
Right? Maya Fay would have to die. Maya would have to die, but why?
For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. That's what I was saying.
How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all.
That's ridiculous.
She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally, the life of Maya Fay as well.
How could anyone do that? You? You were going to kill Maya?
Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me.
So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin. On Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple.
She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya,
Are you, though? I don't know.
naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it.
And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini.
Anime shows Pearl hearing all this from the gallery. Oh, that's sad!
I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway.
But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she?
Twin sister. Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her.
Backstabber?
You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway,
You think the plan was a success?
you heard me, just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead.
Dead? What do you...
Is she dead? Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey.
That's absurd! No, Maya is just... She's just trapped inside the sacred cavern. Blah, blah, blah.
Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny.
They locked her in the inner temple to kill her. Oh. I should have used her sickly sweet voice.
My darling Feeny. Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people.
I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan?
I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of.
If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya?
You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that.
So then tell me, why?
Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction.
What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? To get revenge on Mia! Oh, I know! Oh, man. Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fay.
Helping. Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious.
So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal.
All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge.
She getting revenge on me? On Mia? Like, who are you getting revenge on? Revenge? Looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I've got to keep a cool head. And I need to get more information out of her. We just pressed everything. What do you mean? It's the only way to understand this plan and what she was after as well. What is the... I don't... What evidence am I supposed to be, like, presenting right now? Yeah, it's a stupid plan. Maya Fey would have to die. Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? What my goal was? And he goes, I'm gonna have to present that evidence. What evidence? I don't know. She said revenge. So I could just present Mia, because she's getting revenge on Mia, kind of. I can't present myself. I'm not an option. So I can't present Phoenix. I was trying to present something. Let's see. Revenge. That's the only thing I can think of, is the revenge would be against Mia, who put her away in prison, so... Ugh, I'm trying to breathe. Oh good, I was right. Okay, cool. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself?
As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore. Because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either.
Okay. You wanted to take revenge on someone?
I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Mia Fey.
I somehow knew this was it. I just guessed.
I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up.
And the reason it was impossible? Was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died?
Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
That.
And how did you do that?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans.
Just for that? For that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. I mean, kind of. I turned my mic up so you could hear the whole thing. I don't know if I'm, like, spiking it or anything.
As I say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless.
Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me.
Good. Good to know.
That night, at about 9:30, I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple.
The staff. Oh. So it was Elise Donim who channeled her after all.
That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing.
Oh my god.
She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back.
So Elise Donim channeled Dahlia. So how did Elise end up dead? Why would Elise channel her? Maybe to keep Pearl from doing it?
What did you do then?
That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I had got from the storeroom and...
Oh. So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? Well then where's Maya's body? And how did Elise end up stabbed?
It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
What does that mean? No clear memory.
I don't know. I think I was stabbed.
You were stabbed?
At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it.
That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a french fry with a plastic fork.
Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her.
I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. I mean...
That's where my memory temporarily stops.
Okay, so somebody else is now channeling her, but then who stabbed her?
It stops?
I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own 2 hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes.
Ugh.
When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness.
So she might be alive. And somebody is channeling Dahlia still. If she's... I mean, she's still being channeled. Elise channeled her, but Elise is now dead.
You were in the sacred cavern?
Wait. Is Maya channeling her? Or she's not dead? Is Maya channeling her right now? And if so, how does she know who she is? Because you have to, like, know their name and their face.
The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow, I had been trapped in there.
But how did you wind up in there?
I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself.
Okay, have a great day at work. There will be a VOD up, and also this will go up on YouTube later. So anything you miss, you'll be able to catch back up.
For a ghost, you're one tough cookie.
I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out.
The trick lock stopped you, huh?
I didn't know how to remove it.
Their voices are sounding a little too similar, so I gotta figure out something with that. Pouring rain in 36 degrees! Oh, I'm so sorry. Is that 36 Fahrenheit or 36 Celsius? Because Fahrenheit means it's cold, cold, cold.
So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern?
Oh, in Fahrenheit. Ooh, that's cold. It's cold. I hate it. I'm so sorry.
Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it.
Interrupted?
It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What? Who?
Could it have been Maya?
I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see.
Why not?
If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge.
36C is considered hard in hell? Fair enough, fair enough.
So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern.
It could have been Pearl. That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy.
Still, I finally managed to remove the lock.
Have a great day, or as best a day as you can.
But I was too late.
What do you mean by that?
The flies had already started to gather.
Oh, the cops.
The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct?
Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up.
Lady Luck? Oh, Iris.
After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself.
The real Iris?
She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded.
What do you mean your planet had succeeded?
I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Fay.
Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was Misty Fay, the picture book author.
What?
Oh, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness from the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fay. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I had made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit.
And that is?
Matricide. The sin of killing her own mother.
Ugh. No way! Oh, hell.
Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of this?
It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fay. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fay's life was none other than your darling little Maya.
Ridiculous! That's nonsense!
Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there?
What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence?
The fact that Maya Fay has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it?
Huh?
The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple. That much is obvious. In that case, there is only one place she could be.
Where?
Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else?
Eagle River?
Maya Fay killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that?
Oh. Please don't let this be the truth.
That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever.
Oh.
So, what do you have to say now, Beanie?
Oh. Whose phone is that? Is that Prosecutor Gateau's phone going off? Has it been his phone this whole time and not like a theme song?
Oops. Sorry, that's my phone.
What kind of ringtone is that?
Godot here. Okay, thanks.
Was it something important?
They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern.
That's great! What about Maya? What about Maya, Godot?
There was a woman in the cave.
Was it Maya Fey?
It was the accused, Sister Iris.
Huh?
Don't look so surprised.
I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that.
So, what about Maya? Where is she? Okay, but who's channeling Dahlia right now? Because we have Pearl. Elise is dead. Is Maya channeling her right now? And if so, how and why? No, it can't be.
I told you, didn't I? She's dead.
No. No!
It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end.
Okay, but how are we gonna throw Dahlia in prison? If she's actually being channeled right now, how are we going to throw her in prison?
Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Donim, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey.
There's still something that doesn't make sense.
Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River.
It can't be. Huh. Oh, it was him.
Trite. Have you heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it may seem.
What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot?
According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden, which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side, near the bridge.
That's right. That's where she jumped from.
But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there.
Yeah, there's like a little cliff thing. What?
Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again.
So it's impossible? Maya couldn't have thrown herself into the Eagle River?
Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne's claim Miss Fey threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim?
Is there a picture of the... maybe this? Yeah, because it's all, like, rocky and stuff on this side. Yeah, that. It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness.
What did you say?
11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Oh, she doesn't know that we know about that. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf.
Oh, you're right.
She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. Probably would have broken both of her legs, too. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. Because she probably would have died upon impact with the rocks. Ah. Blah, blah, blah.
Huh. So you finally figured it out.
No!
Well, order!
You're just playing with me. Maya Fey's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding.
Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Yes, just a few minutes ago.
I literally just heard that. Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River.
Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities.
Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be.
Well, what? What is this one possibility you're talking about?
That's obviously a bluff. So where is her dead body then?
Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Maya's channeling Dahlia. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there's a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Fey is in this very courtroom. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom.
What?
Maya Fey is here.
You say she's in my courtroom?
That was so many at once. Please, y'all. Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see.
So what?
But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood.
What do you mean?
Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne?
Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey, that pathetic little sniveling runt.
You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it.
I never failed at telling someone. This is the first time it's happened.
Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
It could happen if somebody else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did? But who?
I think we've given her Mia's voice by accident. Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now. Am I correct? Ah. It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. Maya? That word? This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Fey is gone. There's only one possibility left.
Come on already. I can't stand the tension.
Judge, please. Dahlia Hawthorne, the person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey.
What?
But how could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal.
She said her goal was to kill Maya Fey.
Yes, that's right. What if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her?
Ha! Well, Gramps, what would happen?
Could it be?
It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor.
Well, I don't. What are you going on about?
What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you.
To protect herself from me?
Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path back to Hazakura Temple was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide?
You mean, that's when she channeled me?
All this time you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. No, no, don't say that. You're saying that Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Fey killed herself, isn't it obvious? Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who's never been out in the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have even given her such a brilliant idea? Well? Oh! It's Mia! Mia! Mia, of course. Mia Fey. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh. Hey, Godot. Are you alright?
So it's true. It was you.
Yes.
Ha! You're something else.
But what? What are you doing here? That hair. It's pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden, and then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey! Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you.
She did?
Not terrible surprising since she was about to be killed.
When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do.
She did that? I can't believe it.
Of course, I didn't have all the details. But one thing was perfectly clear.
And that was?
I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put that lock on there.
Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things?
If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey.
Pearls?
Oh, that was Phoenix. Pearls? Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan. So all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. Because Pearl was also on that side.
So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs.
But yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along.
How dare you! I won't forget this! Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping. Your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... after Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth, that wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. That got a reaction out of her. Well, I'm still alive, but... He also tried to frame him for murder. You wound up killing someone else. And going to prison for it. As a result, you were sentenced to death. She did kill that prosecutor. It's one stupid move after another for you. Excuse me. But it's no longer funny. You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. No. And now this. You messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape. Even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Fey! Mia Fey! Mia Fey! Mia Fey! You spinster! I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would! And if only you had gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death! True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you. Because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne. A miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that, no hope for freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Oh, that's a little creepy. Creepy? Oh my god. Hey! I'm not ready to go! Hey, it's Magatama! Bye, Dahlia. You can leave now. Wow. All of her failures. Maya! She's okay! Woo!
Nick, sis.
Oh, Maya. Passed out. Poor thing. Well, now we know that you don't change hair color when you come back as a ghost.
Now then, I assume you are the real Irish.
Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern.
I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne?
If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from.
It seems that Misty Fey wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Fey, as well as the young Pearl Fey. We're also victims of this wicked and selfish plan.
Yes, Your Honor.
The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again.
Good plan. Your Honor?
Yes, what is it?
About this whole spirit medium thing, it's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. I mean, you did just witness it happen, so...
Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Korean channeling technique.
Hey, isn't that the new Year's issue of Occult?
I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench. And in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different, and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ.
Never thought of it that way.
At any rate, it's time to pass judgment on the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
She's guilty, though. She is guilty of being an accomplice to murder.
You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot?
This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means. What?
Trite. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony?
Huh? Dahlia's testimony? Caught up with her in front of the stone lantern, took out a dagger, and got stabbed. Strange, but I don't have a clear memory. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone.
Yes, that's right.
The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Donem, no, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it.
This isn't over? I was just thinking that. It's alright. We got this. We got this, chat. Alright, let's see. How do we... Oh... Let's figure this out, I guess.
Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence.
Away.
But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony.
The prosecution is ready to call our final witness.
Final witness?
This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye.
Indeed.
Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor?
Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney.
How does he know who she is?
Very well then. Who is this final witness?
Ha! Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case.
Someone who saw the murder take place?
The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes.
Oh, Maya! Aw, that's mean. You mean Maya? You can't! She can't testify after what she's just been through!
We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand.
Okay.
Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial.
Ain't right. I've got something to say to you, so listen up.
What is it?
I don't think much of you is a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you.
I mean... Kinda, yeah. You've got some nerve. You're not wrong, no.
But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself.
That's enough. This court is now in recess.
Does that mean I don't get help from Mia? Oh, hey, Iris, what's up?
I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day, and we didn't even have a chance to talk.
She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern. Alright.
I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on.
Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did?
Huh?
If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there.
My sister. I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother, and never got any love from her father either.
Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it?
Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her.
Are you talking about that fake kidnapping case 11 years ago?
Yes, I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister Valerie ended up...
Oh, that was the case that wounded Mia so badly. Because Terry Falls died.
But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder.
Some people? You must mean...
Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to the truth. Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You.
That's right. Iris, there's one more thing that I have to ask you.
Yes, what is it?
On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Lis Tonim, was it really you?
Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone.
She has a cell phone? There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away. I bet it's Dahlia.
I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple. But...
The path to the inner temple was cut off, right?
Exactly.
Got another phone call!
We can't just leave the body here.
So you've got to do this exactly as I say, got it?
Whoop. It was me. I was the one that received her body.
Just like we suspected.
The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Lis always held.
It was the murder weapon, so where did the dagger come from? I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff.
Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile.
But why? Why did you alter the body?
I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with a shishishito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground.
Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright.
She and Bikini both said so that night. Dahlia got the dagger from the storeroom. But, like, whose blood is on the dagger, then?
I can't do it. I can't say who did it.
I see. Was it Dahlia? And if so, where'd she get the phone from?
Defendant!
Yes?
The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Talia Hawthorne.
Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you.
Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me? Oh, she's blushing at us. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. So who's the real killer? Maybe even from the very beginning. I need to know. Phoenix. Hi, Mia. What's up? Mia. How's Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean she learned who Elise Donim really was? Yes. I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? Oh my god, hi! We're at the very end of the case! Iris said she could use a cell phone, and Bikini said she had one. Oh, I missed that part. I thought you meant they talked about the dagger. Oh my god! You guys obscured the text and now I can't see. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. If you need to raid and run, don't feel bad. We are at the very end of this case. And it is the last case of the third game of the first trilogy. So, major spoilers are about to happen if you've never played this. I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. I think that just maybe. I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. Was it Mia? I don't know. One more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura Temple side by Pendulum. Aw, somebody you met in Valorant asked you to raid. Nice. Fantastic. Welcome in. Thank you to anybody that's inspiring people to come watch my stream. It is Ace Attorney, for those unfamiliar. It is a... Oh, you asked for my Twitch? Aw. But yeah, so we are playing Ace Attorney, for those unfamiliar. It is a, like... It's basically a story, but an investigation. It's very much heavy story-based. A lot of point and clicks, but not really like a point and click adventure. You said I was streaming? Oh, cool. But it's not really one of those games where you like put object A on object B to make object C. It's more like, oh, I have to prove this point, so I'm going to present this evidence, or I'm going to present that evidence. Like I said, this is the very end of this game, so if you've never played it and you want to run so you don't get spoiled, that's fine. If you want to stick around for my amateur voice acting, that's also fine. So she's explaining kind of what happened.
In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the inner temple side for almost an entire day.
Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day. Okay, so it wasn't Iris, Bikini, us, Gumshoe, Edgeworth, who else? Who else wasn't there? I guess Francisca wasn't there because she was in the courtroom. Yeah, I can't think of anybody else. Let's look. All right, let's see. So Maya was on the other side. Mia's dead, obviously. Pearl's was not. So Pearl was on the side of bad. Gumshoe was on our side. Bikini was on our side. She was dead. Larry was on our side. Iris was on our side. Francisca was on our side. Edgy was on our side. She's in jail. She was not. She was on the other side because Maya was channeling her up until a few minutes ago. So, I don't know. The only other person that we don't know where they were is technically Godot, but he said that he didn't show up because I didn't show up because Phoenix was in hospital for a day and we were playing as Miles instead. So, I mean, that's the only person other than Mia. I mean, unless Mia did it. She's dead, so I don't know.
That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win or lose.
Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. I don't got it. We're saving right now because what do you mean I have this on my own? There's always, as Godot said, there's always a beautiful woman who swoops in and helps me figure it out. Okay. All right, let's figure this out. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to a close. What exactly did Maya see, anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself. How are we gonna do that? I mean, we're at the very end. We should keep going. Ordinarily, I would, like, stop, but unfortunately, like, this is pretty much the end of this case. Like, we're gonna come in from recess, we're gonna do the trial. It's literally the end of the case, so we're gonna keep on keeping on. And if you're stuck in ad space, don't worry, because we're not stopping yet. Alright, let's do this. I have no idea. Usually we kind of have a little bit of an idea of who might be the killer by this point, but we're so far in the dark that I honestly couldn't tell you who the killer was.
Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the tests we had performed earlier.
The tests? Tests?
Yes, tests. On the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree.
Oh yeah, that! I totally forgot about it. Me too, Phoenix, I forgot. Oh yeah.
That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim.
So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood, or? Okay.
Due to the time constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood.
Okay. So it's not the victim's blood.
That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial.
Okay, so it wasn't the victim's blood. And we didn't see anywhere on Maya where she was injured, so it must be the killer's blood. But who the heck is the killer? We're kind of assuming it's Maya right now, but... So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then whose was it? Okay, okay.
I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims.
I understand, Your Honor.
From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So let's finish this quickly.
I mean, I bet she is. Agreed. She did just channel a person for like a day and a half.
Very well. Please bring in the last witness.
Oh, Maya's got her hair up again. Okay, cool.
Witness, please tell us your name and profession.
Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices. Maya.
According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the crime channeling technique.
I'm frightened. The Fey clan. I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya. The pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable.
Very well. Now then, Miss Fey. When the events occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple. And you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Donem's murder. Is this correct?
I didn't see anything.
Straighten up this instant, young lady.
Huh?
Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later.
Wait, what? 2.5 February 7 to 8 night to February 10th. Oh, 2.5. Oh, she channeled her for 2.5 days? Yikes. That's a long time. But I...
Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes.
Oh, calm down, Godot.
There's nothing you can do to change that fact.
Godot, you just said she was physically weak and you're like stabbing her emotionally. That's so mean, dude. Go home, Godot. Nobody wants you here.
But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen?
She hasn't seen everything, actually. She's been pretty much unconscious, because that's how channeling kind of works.
Witness, if you please.
Technically, she has been unconscious for 2.5 days. Yes, Your Honor. Poor Maya. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness.
Oh. So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been this staff.
Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't.
Huh. Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone.
It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination.
Maya, hang in there. Cross-examine what? She doesn't look well at all. She didn't say anything I can cross-examine. She basically said, I saw nothing and I passed out. Great. Fantastic. You're not giving me much to work with here, Maya. It's okay. I don't blame her. I don't blame her. I don't blame her. Alright. Press. We're just gonna press everything. Who else was on the Inner Temple side that night? Well, Sister Bikini, of course. But I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well. On the day after the incident, Edworth met Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later, like she said? Well, let me think. She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired. No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. Who did it? Who hit you? Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was? Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember. Maya's really having a hard time. What should I do? That's harder. Come on, Maya. This isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person? Well, let me think. It was, Oh yeah, that's right. It was dark, that's all.
It was dark?
It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spirit training.
Come to think of it, there was early testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime.
Which is why she didn't see her attacker. I thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not.
Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely
the spirit that was channeled by Elise Donem, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Very well, please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head?
Stumbled. What happened afterwards? My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape. I think. You think? After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at that time.
Well now, this is beginning to get interesting.
Sir, please. So, what were the two things rolling around in your mind? My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2. Your Honor, I move for a mistrial. She's clearly delusional. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd, considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was.
That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable, given the circumstances. So, what did you do then?
I think I screamed, help me. You think you screamed, but you're not sure? Listen, I was in a complete wreck. It was dark, and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits.
Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes.
I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that was my last hope. Sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Do I press her for more details? Yep. Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No, that's what you said. You said my last hope. Huh? What? I said what? Maya, please. Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see, and you screamed, right? You screamed, help me. Yeah. But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know, that's like what you do. What do you call it when it happens? Maya's not doing so well up there. Oh, yeah, Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. What did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. Ah! What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh?
Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person?
I meant to keep that part a secret.
Maya, you can't lie on the stand.
What have I done?
Huh. It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say.
A ton of pressure?
You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up, or try to hide things in this chamber.
Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
Okay, alright. So she said there is somebody that was behind the person. Alright, okay. Okay. Oh, I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone temple. A man? Or the stone lantern. Who was this man?
Well, you see, I couldn't see.
You couldn't see? She's excused twice now.
Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright.
Lantern light, did you say?
There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it when an acolyte is there for training.
But didn't we find out that the wick was not working and they couldn't use the lantern?
Hey, you know what they say. Under the lantern, darkness reigns. So you could see the person that was further away, but not my attacker who was closer.
What?
Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time.
I don't know. I don't know. That doesn't make any sense because the stone lantern doesn't work. We found that out earlier. The stone lantern is not working. It was not lit. Like, it just wasn't. Alright, by the light of the stone lantern. Oh, Maya. So there was a man standing behind your attacker?
Yeah.
That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Donim, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother.
The killer?
Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you?
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
To be frank, Your Honor, I think she is in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony.
Huh? What do you mean? What problem?
Maya, on the night of the crime, the stone lantern was out of commission.
Huh? What?
It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night.
No!
Order in the court. Mr. Godot, explain this.
Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of café à l'out.
Oh, LA. Whoops.
Cafe au lait? Is that even legal?
Oh my god. I mispronounced that completely.
Mr. Trite's words in the milk, and you are the spoon, Your Honor.
I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony Bartle, have you know?
You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that.
Objection. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it.
What did you say?
If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony.
Nick?
May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker. And she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person. Despite it being so dark, she couldn't see the face of her own attacker.
No!
Oh, order! What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch-black conditions?
Objection!
Trite, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene.
Unfortunately, Cube, I am out of water. I cannot hydrate.
Objection!
There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him.
Cover? For the man that killed her mother?
There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Oh.
Please, Nick. I don't don't know anything. Please, I am begging you.
Ha! You talk a good game, Trite. But let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff.
No, Nick, don't! Please, stop!
Aw. She really knows this person. Maya's dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth.
Alright, Mr. Wright. Time to show us what you've got. Who was this person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness?
Well, if I have to pick a person that is a man that wasn't on our side of the temple, he's the only person I could pick. Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes?
What? But how do you propose to show us something like that?
It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night.
Conditions?
Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off.
Well, but it can't be.
Huh. Oh. Oh, he's very recognizable in the dark.
That was a nice bit of deduction, Trite.
Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. He did appear out of nowhere after the bridge was fixed, so...
Order, order, order! Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this?
Uh-oh.
Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it?
Ha.
Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person.
What do you mean by that?
If you've got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights?
Well, witness, answer the question.
You're wrong. I never saw that.
Maya!
I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man for a totally different reason.
What? Okay. Maya is silly. What is she doing?
Witness, Mr. Wright, could it be true?
Stop your chattering, Your Honor.
Chattering?
Who knows?
If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
Cube, I just told you I'm out of water. I don't have anything to hydrate with.
Alright. Well then, let's continue with the testimony.
You didn't hear that. Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but...
You're playing Valorant. Oh. Mubby. Mubby.
When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. All of the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up, too. Since the person who did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
The torches were lit?
So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
But it could have been Godot, though.
No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man.
He's saying women can't do all that work? Excuse me.
Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
Okay. I was laying on the floor. Why? The torches were lit? Yes, that's how I noticed the whole scene had changed. I'm going to say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be?
The killer probably lit them, so it was impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's only one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body?
That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya.
Very well, let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene.
Okay. All the snow around the snow had been carefully cleaned up too. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. Yeah, there's like a rectangular shape cut out of it. The snow was removed in an unnaturally looking rectangular shape around the lantern. There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use.
An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away?
Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victims' blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation.
Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount.
That's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood.
It looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue.
But I think this will help explain them.
So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right?
Yes.
But earlier you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind her attacker.
Nick, I'm sorry.
The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble. Moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Oh, I thought I had pressed the second to last one, but that was... Okay, let's press this one. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right?
Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed.
So then the person that carried you into the inner temple?
It could only have been the killer.
That's what I think too.
So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. Alright, she went back to the garden. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide.
The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something.
You did?
Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me. For my sake.
What? Hiding it for you?
Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden...
She may have thought that you had done it.
It's true. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. But if that's the case, why not remove her name from the stone thing? Because her name is still on this stone lantern. So if they were trying to clean it up for her sake, why not clean up her name? The body of Elise Stonem was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd.
Oh, and what would that be?
You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya.
Ah!
I forgot her voice for a second. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern?
Oh, right. Order, order, order! But Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene?
I mean, it does seem that way. Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing. Exactly, that's what I was just thinking.
But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior?
I mean, if it's really him, he can't see the color red, so... just makes him more suspicious.
Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern?
He didn't see the giant stain on the apron several cases ago. He couldn't see this on the lantern. I don't think he can see the color red. I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it.
Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern?
He didn't notice. Because he wouldn't have tried to pin it on her, and he wouldn't have done all of that. Nor the talisman. Oh yeah, because that's red too, isn't it? Yeah, it would have been hard for him to spot. I mean, he may have seen the gold, but that could have easily blended in with the snow. So, dang. Prosecutor Godot, early in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought.
The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There is no way any normal person would.
What? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright?
There's only one person involved in this incident. Who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether?
And who would that be? Who is the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing?
Well, we just discussed. It is Prosecutor Godot, who can't see the color red. Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday.
My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godot?
This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. There's something written on it. It's written in blood. What nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle. Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's a weird thing to be colorblind to. That's right. We went through this once before. During the poisoning case at Terroize Inn. The apron. I was just talking about that. Delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time, somehow spilled coffee on it. But why aren't we talking about this blood stain? Don't play games, blood-colored stain. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a blood stain. It was ketchup, but still. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red.
It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one who can't see them?
So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern?
He can't.
Hey Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea.
What? Because he'd think he had an empty cup? I don't understand. I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the murderer? But there's no going back. I finally figured out the truth. We've got this. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Donim, also known as Miss Misty Fey. I think he sees everything in different shades of red, and against white, red blends in. Huh. Because he said in a black and white photo it would appear black to him. So I think he just can't see the color red. But I don't know.
It's hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you.
Ha.
Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there.
I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red.
This is rich. Do go on, Trite.
The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow.
The snow? How so?
Because it's missing in a weird pattern. Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area?
Yes, why didn't he take out just that area? Oh, could it be?
Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow. And so, he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area.
Objection.
That's a good point.
Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark?
Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine.
It seems. But once again, this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot?
I mean, it could be somebody else that can't see the color red. But... Oh.
Wait just a minute.
Maya!
But what is this, witness?
Mr. Godot isn't the killer.
Whoops. I think he said something about not showing up.
Until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up.
Objection.
Maya. You can't testify to something like that.
Why? What do you mean? I may not look it, but I'm... Eek!
After the murder happened, you didn't even exist.
She didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow.
Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me.
Maya... Do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her.
Ha! Nicely done, Trite.
Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened in the inner temple after the murder.
Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling, and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there at the inner temple, too.
Okay.
Pearlie was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up.
How do you know all that, Maya?
Who is this Pearlie?
That's my little cousin, Pearl Fay.
So when did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office.
I'm terribly sorry. But what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony.
Exactly, it's hearsay. What? Come on! Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be.
Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. Ha. The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness.
Of course you do. You're the accused.
Mr. Godot.
Let's just move on to the cross-examination, if the defense has no objections.
This is highly unusual, but, well, Mr. Wright.
Let's get this cross-examination started. Where were you, Godot? Okay. Where did do you think Pearl slept that night? In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training.
But even so, why did she go to the Inter-Temple in the first place?
It seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya. She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense. She did know that. Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the Inner Temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Stonim. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. She searched the entire Inner Temple side, end to end. Well, you see, Pearlie gets pretty scared when she's alone, and there weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times. The Inner Temple side has two structures, the training hall and a spare prep room. And there's also a storage shack, I think? That's about it. There was a storage shack, too? Pearls was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined a storage shack all that carefully? Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate.
That means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in that storage shack.
Exactly. The bridge was finally fixed. She was in the spare prep room. Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge. What do you mean? I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge. Oh, well, Pearlie said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times.
Poor little girl, all alone like that.
Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the Sacred Cavern, Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with the trick lock.
She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls.
What happened after the bridge was finally fixed?
So it was your first time on the Inner Temple side, Mr. Godot?
That's funny. Am I imagining things, or the defense asked me a question?
Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness.
What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor.
Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh, well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godot?
You're on trial too, mister.
Hot nights, and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't been for this case, I would have never visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains. I think I'll pass.
So you had never visited or the Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh?
You want to say something, Trite?
In any case, I have to find a crack in Godot's armor. I cross-examine Maya, that is. Okay.
Very well, please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the Inner Temple side, right?
Yes, then Mr. Godot. He cheered her up? That's what Pearlie said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot.
And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict.
Ha! Cut it out. You're making me blush.
This guy is really beginning to get on my nerves, in more ways than one.
The truth is that there aren't many places to look on the Inner Temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs, so I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way, Godot style.
I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style.
Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. Okay, what were you investigating if you'd never been there? You said you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything?
Looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Terroize. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern.
Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles.
The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall.
Beauty?
Misty Faye, naturally.
Hold on. It was obscured in gravy by the next morning. Because Pearls did it, like, that night. So there's no way that if he had just arrived the next day after the bridge was fixed, he would not have seen it as it's supposed to be.
Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by hue and aroma of Western tastes.
Western tastes? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy?
So from there, you headed to the prep room?
Wait a sec, what did Godot just say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? If he's never been here before, how does he know that it was Misty Faye? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise Donim. Alright. And cheered her right up. For the first time. So we have to prove it was not his first time. Because how do you know this is Misty Faye? Mr. Godot? The first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place. Oh, we're just gonna come right out and say it. Why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall.
Hanging scroll?
But Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but there's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired, 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this.
What's that wonderfully delicious smell?
3-day-old gravy. The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye. Well, the crest at the top, so. I mean. Wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at that hanging scroll. Look, at the top, there's a crest there. Ah, that. It's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark...
And if we guessed that it was a picture of Misty Faye on there?
Not necessarily, because it could have been an older one showing an older master. True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the Inner Temple, long before the crime took place. But where? In the shack?
Can I ask you just one little thing, Trite?
What is it?
This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed.
That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course, Mr. Godot knew about the plan. Huh?
What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of the plan?
Yeah, there was a whole letter about it. There was a letter. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed.
Unsealed?
Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple.
And you still insist this crafty killer is me?
You bet I do.
But you just said that the instructions were hidden.
That's right! Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out.
Yes, and when was that?
During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden.
Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center.
Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot.
Order, order, order! Mr. Godot, you're under fire again!
This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder.
Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee.
Sorry if I was asking, but what does that mean?
It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the Inner Temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness?
No, that's right.
If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress.
The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural.
However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. It's the same thing he accused us of not doing. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? The one person they've got in common.
Okay, Trite, I'm all ears. Let's hear it.
It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you.
What's this?
There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. Mia Fey. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister.
Mia Fey.
You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney.
Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney?
I mean, with your Honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? Gasp.
The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago.
Diego Armando. That name rings a bell.
It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. Oh, it started with that. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. Yet. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Blah, blah. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself.
Mia, you can't cry yet.
And he crushed a coffee cup with his hand. It was intense.
The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
It was intense.
I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients, that pure sweetheart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria.
Oh, and she poisoned him! That's right!
Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned.
Even I didn't see it coming.
Damn. You should have.
Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee.
Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press.
But you weren't dead at all.
No official reports ever actually called it a murder.
Oh.
I was just in a deep, deep coma.
I see.
My body shut down, and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused.
That's terrible.
Apparently, it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poisoned brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee.
5 years? You were asleep for 5 years?
And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death.
The woman you loathed?
The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Huh. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up.
That's so sad.
For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there was only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor.
If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live?
The first was you, Trite.
Huh? Me?
If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault.
It wasn't like that.
I wanted to see for myself what kind of a man you really were.
So that's why you became a prosecutor?
My other reason for living. She goes by the name of Mia Fey.
Huh? You mean me?
You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Corrine Village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her.
That's how you overheard Pearls' visit with Morgan at the detention center.
I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it.
That makes sense. It really does. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. It would have been that simple. Just tell her what the whole point of it was.
Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices.
Accomplices?
Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Faye. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Faye.
But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years.
Officially, yes.
What? What do you mean officially?
You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government?
Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of the Crine had great authority.
Even without her official position, Misty Faye still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor.
So my mother was cooperating with you?
Don't ever forget. No matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you.
Oh. She was always...
That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff.
Her staff? The one with the sword in it?
The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Faye, if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
Mother...
That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan.
You mean Pearls, don't you?
We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne.
Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight?
Well,
If you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together.
We thought we could prevent her from playing a part in Morgan's plan. But she never showed up.
she was worried and followed me to the inner temple.
That was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body.
What? What do you mean?
If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself.
As Master of Karine, Misty Faye's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to.
She's realizing it, but also, why is she screaming?
What? Is this true?
My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple. Just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh.
Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to. Trite.
Huh?
There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself.
The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye, and I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godot.
Okay. So now we just have to prove it was him and not Maya.
Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own.
No, Nick, please don't!
Maya...
I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot.
You don't have to do that, Maya.
I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia, and me too.
Maya, I know that.
Nick?
But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Testify. Miss Faye, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips.
I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
Alright, young lady, tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. Alright. What exactly happened at the time of the murder?
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead, though.
Excuse me.
And she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness.
These red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden.
Things break, Trite. Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it.
Maya is telling the truth this time. I know it. The rest is up to me. Okay. Proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness. Okay. The scream is the part that gets me. So she saw the lights, and then she didn't see the lights, and there was a scream. So, tell me more about the scream. What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out?
Yes, that's right.
The scream that you heard then. Was it Dahlia Hawthorne? Tell the truth.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
What? What do you mean what, Judge? It's obviously... Sure, that scream came from the killer. That's gotta be it.
I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
She had a blade. Why would she need to do that? She said she went and found a dagger in the storeroom. And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh?
After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow. I guess.
Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me.
Sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder.
No, because there was a dagger. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. Aw, Judge. Remember the testimony she just gave? Before the killer let out a scream, Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim.
Is that right?
She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. Dahlia had a knife.
If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite.
There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as a weapon here.
If Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, what could she have used to strike back at the killer?
The dagger that doesn't have the victim's blood on it?
Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. No, it's... The dagger... I thought Dahlia had the dagger.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Okay. This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree.
Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me.
Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well.
Objection.
Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim.
We already know it's not. We just got the test back. Have you forgotten the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body.
So you're saying the blood in this dagger belongs to the victim? I mean the killer? No, we just say it wasn't the victim.
Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood.
Nice theory, Trite.
Order. Order in the court.
Is this the end? Have I done it? We need to have it tested. Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test.
Ha! Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that?
What?
Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom.
That's true.
Yes, well, what does that prove?
Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it.
That's... It can't be. Well, shoot, what the heck?
In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance.
What? Then whose blood is it? It's not Maya's.
In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness, continue your testimony.
But... Wait a minute.
What's the problem?
I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation.
Maya!
This dagger, you said that it wounded the killer.
That's right.
But, if Mr. Godot had really been cut with the dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right?
Maya... Maybe he just changed his clothes? That'd solve the contradiction pretty easily.
What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder? Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there.
Oh, that's right. Once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them.
Oh, that was Maya. Oops. Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes.
Heck!
I mean, that is a good point. Crap. Okay, is he really not the killer? Everything's pointing to him.
Well, maybe he bought a change of clothes with him. But what? No one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes?
Did the judge take smart pills during the last recess? Oh, well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. No! That way he wouldn't get any blood on them. No!
That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid.
Ah! That's true.
Ha. So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, If Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already.
Ugh, my voice is giving out on me.
Those are pretty long.
If Mia Fey were here?
So come on, Trite. Can you do it or not?
How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer. But can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence?
Question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it.
That's good. A fighter till the bitter end, Trite. Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty?
Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need.
Give me a break. You've got nothing, Trite.
So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle.
Alright then, Mr. Wright, let's hear what you've got.
There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on his dagger.
But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a bloodstain on his clothing.
There's one place. One place the killer could have hidden his wound.
What did you say?
Hidden? His mask! This is it, my last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there was no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound.
It's the end of the line. The final stop, Trite. Let's hear what you've got.
Original Pursuit theme. Where is this location? You say the killer hid his wound. I guess because I don't have his mask. So I present him and then point at his mask? Hopefully.
I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was.
Well, I guess I failed.
Isn't that right, Trite?
Gasp. Ghost.
What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him?
Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. Wow. It's beneath your mask. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. Dang, where would he have a wound on his face, though? Oh, God, it exploded. Ugh! He exploded. Oh my God. The robot exploded. Okay. Now what?
Just now, I saw her spirit in you.
Hmm?
I never liked you.
Oh my God.
6 years ago. You helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought.
Mr. Godot.
But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me.
Aw. Yourself?
I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit.
But you saved Maya.
Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway.
What do you mean?
Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person I should have gone and talked to right away.
Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick?
But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason?
No, why?
I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all.
Huh?
I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia, nothing more.
Aw.
That's why I let you walk right into a situation I knew was dangerous. Forgive me.
You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya.
Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure.
What do you mean by that?
That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette.
Oh.
A part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure what exactly was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. That stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people.
It's true, we did. And we solved her last case.
In that moment, I understood everything.
Mr. Godot.
I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me.
Oh! He's bleeding.
Thanks.
Your wound, it's bleeding.
Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears.
Tears?
Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment.
Mr. Armando.
You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
Aww. Okay, so I mean it's all over?
This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant,
Yes, Your Honor?
although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body and the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk, and I willingly cooperated anyway.
Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like me to say?
Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you.
Apologize? To me? For what?
For the case 5 years ago, of course.
Oh.
I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover?
Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me.
It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other.
Huh? What do you mean?
You and my sister.
He was dating Iris the whole time! Oh, man.
You only met twice.
I messed up her voice. Huh? What? We only met twice?
The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed.
No way. It can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were...
For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister.
Huh? It wasn't Dahlia. It was Iris.
I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny.
You mean...
That's right. I lied to you for 8 months.
Dang, and he was in love with this girl too.
But why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely.
So that's why you...
My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
Prepared for the worst?
She thought you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice.
You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you?
She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance.
And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place?
But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer.
So she framed us for murder and tried to kill us.
She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened.
That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime, and she would confer with you.
I think she must have noticed
Noticed what?
my feelings for you. If I had found out that she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life, or mine.
Oh my god, she said I would have killed my sister for you. Iris!
After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed.
I have something to say to you too.
Yes?
You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Aww.
Thank you.
Aw, that's kind of sweet, actually. That's kind of sweet.
How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had.
Wow.
Don't you think so? Phoenix, right?
Aw, he didn't call us Mr. Trite! Hooray! Whoa, we're having coffee together. Yeah, I think you're right.
The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, at least till now. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant
Not guilty. Because we didn't kill her. We did it!
Court is now adjourned.
Woohoo! Alright! We did it! So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended, was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand.
Of course justice was served.
Hey, it's Mia again. Mia!
I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant.
But I couldn't save Mr. Armando. The man who cared so deeply for you.
You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible.
You mean, with that verdict?
I think one day you'll understand too.
'Cause you freed him from being Mr. You freed him and made him Mr. Armando again.
Phoenix, I want you to remember this one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me.
Mia!
You've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you.
Mia.
I'm sure we'll meet again. Someday, Phoenix.
Aww. I've handled lots of cases and seen lots of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer.
Nick.
But Maya.
I guess it's just like my sis said.
Mia? What did she say?
That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end.
But...
Come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick.
Oh, Maya. How? How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You saw your own mother murdered. Youch! Hey, Francisca! Still as softy as always, Phoenix, right?
Excellent work, right?
Huh, Mr. Edgeworth? When did you get back?
Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me.
Helping you?
If these two hadn't been there on the first day of the trial, they were good. The defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere.
Wow. But where were you, Nick?
I heard he fell into the river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day.
Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head.
Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Francisca.
I don't suppose. Oh, Larry!
There's room for me in this big group, group hug, is there?
Oh, Larry!
What's with the, longer than usual face?
I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even once.
That's not true, right, Nick?
What? You're asking me?
Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right?
Huh? Oh, yeah, of course.
I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good.
No, no, no. Oh yeah! Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
What? Me? Why are you making that face, huh, G? Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Franzi? Did I draw you well too? Wow! My beauty cannot possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. So then you'll do it, like you promised? You're going to model for my next picture book? Franzi's Whippity Whip trip? Ah! Don't get carried away. Just beating the crap out of everybody. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls. Where could she have gone? Normally, she would have made a beeline for Maya.
Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back.
She was Mia. That's where she was.
Hey, Pearly.
Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you're wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened.
Yeah. To be honest, I cannot understand it either. Francisca. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well.
I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can.
What do you mean by now is exactly the time?
Maya wasn't the only one who was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone who was hurt far more deeply than she. Blah, 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 blah. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry.
Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya? Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand too. Ow! Then tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Maya Fey being strong for? I mean, I would say us, but it's definitely not us. It's not Mia, she's already passed. It's her only other family, I guess. Harold Fey. The poor kid. After all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fey clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. Would've taken her out.
But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put in deepest peril imaginable.
And that's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again. Oh, hey, so this is where you all were. Wow, looks like we got quite the bunch here today. Youch! Well, what was that for, sir?
Sorry about that, Scruffy.
My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sorta kinda gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. After this case, I recommend Crown of Pencil's short fanfic, The Dry Branch, set the day after it ends on Archive of Our Own. I'll keep that in mind. Make reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Ah! Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe, you said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean... Très bien! Where else? Oh, Lord. I knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, Crybaby, you're invited too.
Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the Loser Shack eating potatoes.
You know, Maya's taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh. Oh, Maya, what's wrong?
Nick, what do I do? Early. I can't find her anywhere.
Huh?
bet she just went back home. That's all.
I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before.
We literally just saw Mia, who was in Pearl's body.
As I figured, she has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya.
But none of this was her fault. What should I do?
Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I we'll join you guys once we find Pearls.
Nick?
Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the... Ah! Very well, Phoenix Wright, we'll go on ahead. I never get her accent right.
Don't keep us waiting, right?
We won't.
But where should we look? Where could Pearly have gone?
Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that Pearls might have gone to. Where? Oh, the temple. Okay. How close is this temple to where we just were?
Hazakura Temple?
For Pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started.
What's this? You're all back again so soon? Sister Bikini? I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here? Pearly is here? She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay.
Where did that come from?
Okay.
Where is Maya's voice? Hang on.
Okay.
No, that wasn't it. We're just gonna say okay and keep moving. Hold on. I lost Maya's voice.
Pearly's not here.
There we go.
Okay.
I can't really do okay in her voice. Ah! Maya! The hanging scroll!
Ah!
It's clean!
Someone cleaned it off.
It's gotta be Pearls.
Ah! Missing Maya! But Pearly! Why did you just leave like that? Missing Maya! Missing Maya!
Aww. This is a long ending.
I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that I'm missing Maya's mother.
That's why you came here?
It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother is gone, but how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here is all thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya. I'm impressed. You are truly the daughter of Mystic Misty.
I don't remember her voice.
Sister Bikini? Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night.
After dishonoring the good name of Karine, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me until the day I die.
Which was shortly after that.
Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets.
She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die?
That's the master's talisman.
The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents. Oh! That's... I don't remember her voice.
A photo? Ah! Mother.
It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. What makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Aww. Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we must always return something. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. Aww, that's a really cute photo. Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. Ah! This is a day to remember, a day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today.
But I still can't...
Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training at any time.
I'm okay.
Alright, I'm going to make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know, and we won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 for when you come back. Oh, Alright, we're going to have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance.
Okay, Mystic Maya, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight.
You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but... What is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3? Always return time and time again. Thank you. The Ace Attorney Wiki has full transcripts of every official game. Good to know. Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time, you can train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Huh? Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course naturally. Huh? Huh? Huh?
That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything with Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right?
We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if I can just say one little thing. Sure, of course you can.
Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it.
I'm getting goosebumps too. Well then, here goes nothing. Objection! Alright, so that was the last case of the last game of the trilogy. That was an emotional roller coaster. I really have to work extra hard now. Master of Karine and the official manager, or the office manager, right in full offices. I have to be a good big sister to Pearly and Nick too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. That does seem to happen a lot. Oh man, excuse me. That went on way longer than I thought it was going to. I thought it was going to be much quicker.
So it's true, Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. He went through with the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the 2 of them by making them a secret reservation.
Don't do it, Pearl. And also, why did he go through with that? He doesn't have any spiritual powers to gain. Should've left it alone, Nick. Maggie bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. Aw, nice. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off. And it's gonna look old as crap.
I'll tell you, it just don't seem the same. I guess the dirty, shabby old overcoat is just more detective-like, sir.
Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly. Lord. He's so goofy. I like that we get to see bits from each of the cases and we get like callbacks to previous cases. Because I don't remember any of these people.
Mr. Wright, I am once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Karine exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen for almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip and said that I must show you what I've learned.
Please don't. I don't remember her voice either. It was probably something like that. But yeah. Yay! We did it!
Dizzy and I started a company called Vest Invest Consulting.
We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city.
Our motto is cut it out, please.
Pretty cute, huh?
Well, also, plans for the criminals is a kind of side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals.
I don't remember his voice, but I remember him being like a little nerd. Just a little nerd.
I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tigray, so I lent him $500,000 in a tea set. A special thick tea, one I mixed with my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Went through compromise.
I remember her laugh. That's the part I remember about her. I remember her little laugh that we did. I'm just holding in the way a wrinkly, grumpy clown-nosed waste of flesh. At least that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper. I don't remember his voice. I think it was close to the judges. It might have been something like this.
As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We hired a new programmer to replace Gin Elg. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adamada. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly.
I think that's what we did for her.
Bye, more reporters. Since the murder, we've made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back. Whoa!
Can Iris actually come back? Isn't she gonna spend time in jail for being a, you know, accomplice to murder and all that? I don't know. This was a fantastic game. This was a lot of fun. And this was, you know.
You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed.
Oh my. Pearl slapped the crap out of him. That's so sad. Voice. No. But yeah, it has been a wild ride and a lot of fun. And yeah, I'm pretty excited to see where it will go next. If we end up playing the Apollo Justice trilogy, or maybe the new Miles Edgeworth trilogies, or I guess it's not a trilogy, it's 2 games, but the Miles Edgeworth games, or we might end up playing the one set in the past. There's a lot of Ace Attorney games we could play. But I think it's going to be a little while before we pick up another one because this one was just so intense. It was kind of hard to keep up week after week after week, like which voice I did for who and all that kind of stuff. So it'll probably be a while before we play the next one. Unless this one has an epilogue of some sort, like an extra case, then maybe, just maybe, we'll play that one. But yeah, it's been quite the wild ride and a lot of fun. Oh no!
What's this? I'm back from a long and tiring vacation and no one's here to greet me. I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit and now I've got no one. Now what kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? But with all the flashing lights and switches, I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what am I going to do with all these macadamia nuts I brought back for everyone? I bring them over to Edgipoo. I can't accept these, I'm afraid, or something painful. Think how hard it'll ever be a gentleman who treated me like a fine lady.
I missed half of what she said. It's okay. I like that they show you clips from all the characters, but I was trying to do an outro.
I finally found something I love to do. Franzi's Whippity Whip trip is gonna turn the art world on its head. I should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial? I'm an artist. A really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all.
Wow. Fantastic. Then how do you explain what you did about the bridge? Because what the heck was that? Aww. He drew them. That's so sweet. Aww. He drew them too. Aw, Larry. That's so nice. It's actually really nice. Larry, what the heck? It made me sad. But yeah, that was a fantastic ride, a wonderful game. And thank you all so much for tuning in. I hope you have a restful, relaxing rest of your evening. I hope you get a snack if you need it, and I hope you remember to hydrate because it is good for your brain and your body. I'll be back tomorrow with some Palia, Wednesday with some Mineko's Night Market, and Thursday with some Coral Island. I don't know how long each of those streams is going to be because this one was way longer than expected. I kind of thought we were going to cap out at like 3 hours, and then we are about to hit the 5-hour mark. So, anywho, like I said, unless there is an extra bonus case to this game, and I don't know whether there is or not, we probably won't see Phoenix Wright and his buddies for a while. I do want to take a break from the series just because we've been playing it week after week after week. And, you know, eventually we'll get to the other games. Just like we got to the other games in the trilogy, we'll eventually get to the other games in the universe. So, like I mentioned, there is the Apollo Justice trilogy. There is the... what is it called? The Miles Edgeworth games. There's 2 of them. And then there is the dog. Random surprise dog. Hi, Bubby. So, he's very sad that it's taken me so long to get off stream. So, he wants me to hurry up. Anywho. So, we'll eventually get to the rest of the games in the series, but I don't know how soon that will be, so I can't give a guarantee on that. But once again, thank you all so much for tuning in, and I hope to see you all again real soon. Bye!